Welcome, everybody. Welcome to today's two games, doubleheader. Hünstetten Storm versus the Regensburg Legionäre. We've already started a little bit late, and I apologize for that. We have one out already, and that was a fly ball from Devin Ramirez to center fielder to our Rogelio Maldonado for the first out. Pitching for Hünstetten is Jose Pimentel, and Nino Sarkaze, the DH for Regensburg, goes down, three strikes, and we have got two outs in the top of the first inning. Welcome. Not so sunny today, but at least it's dry. Now at bat for the Legionäre is longstanding veteran Terrell Joyce. He is playing left field today for Regensburg. He's got one strike already. Next pitch evens it up at one ball and one strike. We've got two outs. Count even again at two balls and two strikes. We've got two down. Here comes the pitch. Curveball wrapped into left field. 2-2 pitch taken to left field for a single. Terrell Joyce comes to first base. Next at bat is cleanup hitter Marlon Jimenez, third baseman. First pitch to Marlon is ball number one. Third baseman Jimenez evens the count up, or that is Pimentel, our pitcher, evens it up at one ball, one strike. Marlon played previously, that is last year, with the Mainz Athletics until he switched this year to the Legionäre. Plays third base. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Oh, step off to keep the runner at first. A little bit closer. One ball, one strike, two outs. Line down the right field line, foul. Jose Pimentel ahead with one ball and two strikes. As far as standings are concerned, it's the beginning of the season. It's a 30-game season. Hünstetten's only played four games. They're 1-3, and at the top of the standings is Regensburg right now. One-two pitch fouled back. The count remains one ball and two strikes. Ball low from Jose evens the count at two balls and two strikes. We've got twos everywhere except on the scoreboard as runs. Two balls, two strikes, and two outs. Just past the glove of Phil Meyer at second base. Ball goes into right center and moves the first base runner, that was Terrell Joyce, down to or over to third base. We've got runners on the corners with two outs. And now at bat first baseman Lou Helmig. Lou takes the first pitch inside, ball number one. That is an infield hit to the backhand of our shortstop. Vicente Velasquez does a great job of keeping it in the infield. But we have a new score. Terrell Joyce moves home on that, and we have a new score 1-0 for Regensburg. Runners at first base and second base. And now at bat, Eric Harms, right fielder Eric Harms at bat. Fouled straight back for strike number one. It's a windy day. It's a windy day, but at least it's dry. We've had a little bad luck last weekend versus the Mainz Athletics. An away game on Friday night was canceled because of rain, and the ensuing second game in Hünstetten on Saturday was also canceled once we were all the way up into the third inning. But that's the way it is in April, and here we are playing, fortunately, in dry conditions today. That's a strike, and I believe the count is 0-2, if I see correctly. And the 0-2 pitch from Jose. Broken bat, soft liner. Reeled in by Daniel Martins. A difficult one to see, but that's the third out. And as we go into the bottom of the first inning, that is one run for the Legionäre and Hünstetten Storm coming to bat. For those of you who followed us last week, we had a rainy day, as I said, and we were also filming through a window, very wet, very blurry. And here we are today, and because it's dry, the window's open, the picture should be much better. And appreciate your comments on YouTube. Whatever you have to say, whatever questions you may have, please let us know. So, for those of you who may know him from Hessen baseball way back when, as a youngster, he grew up in the Bad Homburg area, I believe. Joe Cedano is the pitcher for Regensburg. He's been a part of, I believe, Regensburg for at least the last 2, maybe 3 years. Had different stations, and his pitching is improving as the youngster gets more time on the mound. He'll be seeing the starting lineup for Hünstetten. That is shortstop Vicente Velasquez. Jake Gentry is in right field. Victor Velasquez is our catcher. Daniel Martins, who fielded the last out in the first inning, is at third base. Jose Pimentel is batting for himself as pitcher. Noah Lawrence is our first baseman. Rogelio Maldonado is starting in center field. Yannick Kiss is in left field. And Phil Meyer is our second baseman. On our bench today, we all know Gianfranco Rizzo, who may be seeing the mound today as well, Douglas Jochum, Oliver Jochum, and Jesse Remington. So Vicente Velasquez is at bat now for the first time, leading off. Vicente takes the first pitch for strike number one. Second pitch is a curveball, and Vicente fouls that one off. 0-2 the count. Fastball up, ball high, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Vicente led Hünstetten last year in average. Excellent first batter on base, batter and leadoff, that is. 1-2 the count. Takes that pitch inside for an evening up of 2 balls and 2 strikes. That pitch low and outside brings the count full to 3-2. Worked an 0-2 count to full count now. And that is ball four. Vicente gets a walk, heads to first base. Nobody out, and that brings up our right fielder, Jake Gentry. Jake's versatile, plays many positions. He's in the outfield now. Started out his German baseball experience with a home run. Hope that continues. His average is very good. He has a keen eye, knows the strike zone very well. And here he is with Vicente at first base. We've got a 1-run deficit, but it's only the first inning of 7. And here comes the first pitch from Joe Cedeno. Vicente off to second base and is called out at second base. Awfully close, but the umpire says he's out, and that's the way it's going to have to remain. So 1 out, nobody on base, and Jake Gentry still at bat. Also here, Joe Cedeno starting out the batters with an 0-2 count. That's inside, 1-2. Sky high foul ball. Count remains 1 ball, 2 strikes. If we have that correctly, I believe it's 1-2. Here's fouled straight back. Count remains 1 ball, 2 strikes to Jake Gentry, our right fielder. Count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Jake working an 0-2 count to 2-2 now. 1 down, 1-0 the score for the Regensburg Legionäre. First inning, bottom of the first. There it is. One to one. Where is he, Chris? Rosa? So, for those of you following at home and may have seen that, that was a balk pitcher mistake from the pitcher and sends Victor over to third base. Daniel takes a swing, and the count is, we don't know. I believe it's 1 ball and 1 strike. And we have another balk. Another balk sends Victor home, and we've got a new score. Storm takes the lead 2 to 1 in the bottom of the first. 2 to 1, the new score. So there are many different ways to actually have a balk. I personally didn't see that. I assumed that the pitcher was in a set motion and he did not come to what they call a full stop, where his hands actually have to pause before he continues his motion. If that's done, that's actually tricking, if you will, the runners, and because of that, each runner, wherever they are, is awarded a further base. So in that case, Victor came in from third base, and that's the score now, the new score, 2 to 1. That was the ball low. Still got one down, nobody on base. Daniel Martin's at bat. Foul ball from Daniel, hard to the right side, but a foul ball. Shot up the middle from Daniel, straight past the pitcher, right up the chute, as we might say, and brings him to first base. We've got one down. Daniel Martin's safe at first base, and now batting. Batting for himself is pitcher Jose Pimentel. That's strike number one to Jose. I was on mute the whole time. We had a broken bat. Decision made by shortstop, throws it over to first base for the second out. Daniel Martins moves over to second base. The score remains 2-1. We've got two down. And now coming to bat, our first baseman, 17-year-old that is, Noah Lawrence. Big hack swings through that fastball. The count is 0-1 to Noah. Noah's been extremely successful in his first season already. In the first four games, he has two triples. That pitch, and Joey is doing a very good job of getting ahead of the batters. Still 2-1 the score, but an 0-2 count now to Noah. Soft hit to the left side, foul ball. First or third baseman reels it in for foul ball. 0-2, the count remains to Noah Lawrence. His debut season with in the first Bundesliga with Storm, and very successful to date. Swings through that one for the third strike and the third out. And we've got a new score after the first inning, heading into the second. That is, Hünstetten leads 2-1. Now at bat, the catcher for Regensburg, Antonio Torres, number 43. Attempted butt down the third base line is picked up foul, and that leads to a 0-1 count. Count even up at the ball, 1 strike. Jose Pimentel on the bump. His next pitch is strike number 2. We've got a 1-ball, 2-strike count to Antonio Torres, the catcher for Regensburg. 2-2 the count. Ball outside and low. Ball dumped in there to left field. Takes a strange bounce, and Antonio risks going to second base and also pays off for him. Safe at second for Antonio Torres. Now coming to bat, number 4 and also the second baseman, Matt Vance. Jose in with strike number 1. We've got nobody out, runner on second, and an 0-1 count to Matt Vance. Scoring around the bunt, but taking a curveball for ball number 1. Evens up the count, 1-ball, 1 strike to Matt. Antonio Torres taking off for third base while Matt Vance tries to lay a bunt down, but that ball rolls foul for strike number 2. Antonio Torres returns to second base. We've still got nobody down, runner on second, but a new count to Matt Vance at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Curveball for a ball, evens up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. That ball brings us to a full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes to Matt Vance. 2-1 the score for Storm, and we're in the top of the second inning with a runner at second base. Nobody out. Lifted high, could be in play. Noah Lawrence over. It reaches up and can't pull it in. It was a foul ball, could have been caught. Unfortunately, those balls mix into the gray sky here, and the count remains 3 balls, 2 strikes. High hopper to third base. Daniel Martins pulls it in, checks the runner at second base, throws to first base for out number one. Excellent play by Daniel. And Antonio Torres remains at second base. We now have shortstop, number 9 batter for the Legionäre, the Legionnaires, Alex Schmidt with one down. Attempted butt for strike number one and a stolen base for Antonio Torres. From second to third, he goes with one down. We've got a runner at third base and a score of 2-1 for Storm. With one down, Alex Schmidt at bat. Ball outside evens up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Slider just misses the outside corner, takes the count to 2 balls and 1 strike. Got one down and a runner at third. Ball low. 3 balls and 1 strike to Alex Schmidt. That pitch is called a strike for full count now. Full count to Alex Schmidt. One down, 3 balls, 2 strikes. That ball's fouled off to the right side. Count remains 3 balls and 2 strikes. Ball skied to center field. Runner may be tagging. Reeling it is Rogelio Maldonado. The runner is tagging. Here comes the throw home. The call is cut off and relayed, but not in time. We've got a tie score, 2-2. Speed kills. That is Antonio Torres. His stolen base to third base helps him score on that RBI sacrifice fly from Alex Schmidt. 2-2 the count, and now at bat center fielder Devin Ramirez. Center fielder sending the other center fielder back. That is Devin Ramirez flies out again to our right fielder, Rogelio Maldonado, for the third out. But not before we have a new score. As we go into the bottom of the second inning, we have a new score. It is tied up at 2 for the Legionnaire and 2 for Storm. So, welcome back to Storm TV, if you will. We've got 7, 8, and 9 batters for Storm at least coming to the plate this inning. That is Rogelio Maldonado, our center fielder, Yannick Kiss, the left fielder, and Phil Meyer, second base. 2-2 the score. We welcome everybody who's watching from actually all around the world. Welcome. If you do have any comments, please put them in the comment field, or if you have any questions, let us know what you think. Let us know what you would like to know if you have any questions. And here he is, our center fielder, Rogelio Maldonado, coming to bat with a 2-2 score. Joe Cedinho on the bump for the Legionäre. Fastball swung right through by Rogelio. Joe Cedinho doing an excellent job of getting ahead of the batters. 0-1 the count. Coming a little bit hard inside on Rogelio, takes it on the wrist or on the hand. That will send him to first base. Nobody out. Nobody out. Rogelio now at first base and coming to bat, our left fielder, Yannick Kiss. So, little questioning from Martin Hemlich to the home plate umpire, whether or not the ball actually perhaps hit the knob of the bat. And if that had been the case, that would have been a foul ball. Umpire says, nope, it was actually on his wrist or in his my hand. There was no swing, and that's a hit by pitch, and that sends Rogelio to first base. And again, with nobody out, we have Rogelio at first, Yannick Kiss now our left fielder at bat. Yannick lays down a perfect bunt over to the first baseman, who has a difficult time handling it, wants to throw to somebody at first base. Nobody there to take the throw. Yannick safe at first base. Rogelio moves over to second base. So official score calls that a hit, difficult one to field, and Yannick is very fast. We have nobody out, runners at first and second base, and now at bat our second baseman, Phil Meyer. Phil also squaring around, takes that ball high. Count even up with fastball at 1 ball and 1 strike. We've got nobody out, runners at first base and at second base. And here comes the 1-1 pitch from Joe Cedeno. Phil Meyer takes that pitch for a ball inside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Phil squaring around the bunt. Back to the pitcher. Pitcher has only one choice, and that's over to first base. Phil does an excellent job of sacrificing the runners over one base. That brings Yannick Kiss to second base. Rogelio Maldonado is at third base, and we've got one down and the top of the order. Top of the order means for Hünstetten Storm, our shortstop Vicente Velasquez. Hard shot to third base. Third baseman throws it home, and Rogelio Maldonado out going home for some reason. Hard shot to third base. The runner should have actually stayed. Don't know why he did that, but he chose to go home. Fielder had to make a good job fielding it. He did that. Had to make a good job of throwing it home. He did that. The catcher had to do a good job of actually catching the ball and tagging him out. He did that, and that means we now have two outs. We have runners on the corner. Vicente Velasquez at first base and Yannick Kiss at third base. And now at bat, our right fielder with two down, Jake Gentry. Ball high and outside is ball number one to Jake. Perfect opportunity to score some runs here. Even though we have two outs, Jake, an excellent contact hitter. We'll see what happens. Soft ground ball to second base, unfortunately, reeled in, that is. Lots of reeling ins, actually. Fielded well and thrown to first base. Nobody scores, and the score remains 2-2 as we go into the top of the third inning. So, another reminder, we are playing two games today. It's a doubleheader, and in German baseball, when there's a doubleheader, it's not two games of 9 innings, it's two games of 7 innings. We're in the top of the third in the first game here. We've got Jose Pimentel on the mound for Storm. He's doing an excellent job. He'll be seeing Nino Sarcasa, Terrell Joyce, and Marlon Jimenez for the Legionnaires. Nino Sarcasa, an excellent hitter. He's DHing today for Regensburg. Started out losing the duel that is to Jose in his first at bat with a strikeout. Popped up very high to left field. Yannick Kiss reels it in. One pitch, one out. We've got one down in the top of the third inning. Now batting Marlon Jimenez, third baseman. Oh, I am sorry. That was a misspeaking on my side. It's actually the left fielder, Terrell Joyce. Terrell Joyce. Two balls and no strikes to Terrell. Swings through that one to even, or not even the count, but to bring the count to 2 balls and one strike. Also here, swing and a miss, evens up the count at 2 balls and two strikes. We've got one down on top of the third inning. It's 2-2. Reaching back for a little bit more is Jose Pimentel, and that's a ball high. Brings the count to full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Now here's the payoff pitch. Just missing the outside corner is ball 4. That's a walk for Terrell Joyce, brings him to first base with 1 down. Now batting third baseman Marlon Jimenez. Good first pitch from Jose. 1 ball, no balls and 1 strike. A little bit of cat and mouse over at first base with Terrell Joyce and Jose Pimentel on the mound. Makes Jose step off, make him aware that he's actually at first base. He may be stealing. He's not this time. That ball's hit up high. Noah Lawrence may have a second chance to reel this one in, and that is out of play. Out of play for strike number 2. Oh, and 2 the count. Pitch from Jose is skied up, also to the right side, and also out of play. No chance for that one for Noah. Count remains 0 balls, 2 strikes. We've got 1 down and a tie score of 2-2. Pickoff attempt over at first base, actually just to keep him close. Not fielded well by Noah, but the ball scoots away, but not too far, not far enough for Terrell Joyce to risk going to second base. So he remains at first base. We've got 1 down. 0-2 count still on third baseman Marlon Jimenez. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Ground ball to Velasquez over to second base. That's a tailor-made double play. Tailor-made double play. 6-4-3. Velasquez to Meyer to Lawrence. And we are out of the top of the third inning. No runs, no hits, one person left on base. And as we go into the bottom of the third, it is 2-2. Bottom of the third inning, 2-2 the score. We've got a tight one here. Now at bat, our catcher, excuse me, Victor Velasquez. Ground ball backhanded by the shortstop, makes a Derek Jeter type play, pulls the first baseman off the base, and Victor Velasquez is safe at first base. That is a hit. And now coming to bat with Victor at first base is our third baseman, Daniel Martins, who had a shot up the middle for a single in his first at bat. First pitch is the ball outside. One ball, no strikes to Daniel Martins. Daniel is headed to Cochise Junior College in the fall time frame with a scholarship that was arranged. Excuse me, we'll talk about that later. That's a hit into right field by Daniel. Brings Victor over to second base. We've got nobody out, runners at first and second. And as you can just see from Daniel's last at bat, he's now 2 for 2 for the day. A very versatile player. He's a pitcher, but also can play infield and outfield. And he's an excellent hitter, as you see. As I said, he's heading to the Junior College of Cochise in Arizona in the fall time frame. Something makes our lineup a little bit weaker, but that's actually what we're trying to do is make sure that the individuals have an opportunity to play at higher levels. That's a bunt down by Jose. Makes the play over third base. Ball gets away from the third baseman. Victor coming in to score. Ball deep into the left field corner. And heading home all the way is Daniel Martins. The throw comes in, and he's safe at home. We've got a new score, 4-2. Jose helping himself out with a bunt that's thrown away. Thrown away brings in 2 runs. We've got a new score, 4 for Storm and 2 for the Legionnaires, the Legionäre from Regensburg. Now at bat, Noah Lawrence with Jose Pimentel with nobody out at second base. High hopper up the middle, through the middle, sends Jose over to third base. Noah out at first base, but moves the runner over. That runner being Jose is now at third base. We've got 1 down. And we have a change in the lineup. That is Oliver Jochen being brought in for Rogelio Maldonado. Rogelio took one off the hand at bat. Ollie squares around, pulls back for strike number 1. So it looks as if, well, definitely, Oliver is replacing Rogelio at bat. He may be assuming the center field position or moving over. Ground ball to second base. Second baseman checks the runner at third base and flips to first base. So no harm done there, but we still have a runner at third base. 2 outs. So we're having a little break in the action because at third base is our pitcher, Jose Pimentel, runner at third base. In that ground ball to second base, he made a move towards home, may have pulled a muscle, maybe have pulled a hamstring, but in any case, we're taking a little break to see if he's going to continue to run. That would not be a good thing because he's actually our starting pitcher and doing quite well. Looks as if he's returning to be that runner. We've got 2 down, a new score of 4 for Hünstetten, 2 for Regensburg. At bat now is our left fielder, Yannick Kiss, with 2 down and a runner at third. The ball's in the dirt, blocked well by Mr. Torres. No harm done there as well. Just 1 ball to Yannick Kiss. That ball on the outside corner evens up the count at 1 ball, 1 strike. We've got 2 down. Bounced up the middle, stopped by backhanded by the second baseman over to first base. Saves a run, gets him out at first base, and that is the 3rd out in the inning. But we do have a new score with 1 left on base. I think we had 3 hits, maybe some errors in there, but we have a new score of 4 for Hünstetten Storm and 2 for the Legionäre von Regensburg as we go into the top of the 4th inning already. So, as first thought, Oliver Jochum is in the lineup, obviously batting for Rogelio Maldonado, but he's not assuming the center fielder position. He'll be in right field, moving Jake Gentry over to center. So it looks as if that pulling up by Jose at third base is an injury, probably a hamstring, and he'll be coming out of the lineup. He'll be coming out of the lineup. Taking his position at or on the mound is second baseman Phil Meyer. We'll have to see who goes out to second base. Phil Meyer will be the second pitcher in the game. He's got a 4-2 lead. We're in the top of the 4th inning. Yannick Kiss moving over from left field to second base. And going into left field now is Oliver Jochum. Excuse me, is Douglas Jochum. So here we are at the top of the fourth inning. We've got a 4-2 score for Hünstetten, Storm leading. Now coming to bat is first baseman Lou Helmig. Lou had an infield hit last time in the first inning, that is. Hard swinging left-hander has also got speed to go with his strength. First pitch from Phil is taken inside for ball number one. Down the left field line, a long, long foul ball, and that sounds as a long strike. It's 1 ball and 1 strike, nobody out. So 1-1 the count from Phil Meyer to Lou Helmig. Attempt to come inside and low on Lou is ball number two. 2 balls and 1 strike. And that pitch on the outside corner evens it up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Excellent pitch on the outside part of the plate is swung through, and that is out number one. So with one down, now coming to bat is right fielder Eric Harms. And Phil trying to trim the outside corner of the plate on that one is called ball number one to Eric Harms. We got 1 ball, no strikes with one down. Slider for 1 ball and 1 strike. Excellent curveball fouled back straight back for strike number two. Swung through for strike number three is out number two. 2 strikeouts to start off his pitching debut today. Excellent start for Phil Meyer, and now coming to bat is catcher Antonio Torres. Antonio got on base last time. Attempted a bunt at first. It's uncommon for a catcher to have this speed. He's quite the speedy player, and we'll see what happens here at this at bat. Takes the first pitch for a ball inside. That ball skied straight up to the catcher. He gets under it and pulls it in for out number three. 1-2-3 inning for Phil Meyer, an excellent start. As we go into the bottom of the fourth inning, the score remains 4 for Hünstetten and 2 for Regensburg. And we will have a number of batters, and I don't know who they are. So we're going to have to get back to you on that one as we go into the bottom of the fourth inning. And here we are at the bottom of the fourth inning. We've got a score of 4-2 for Hünstetten Storm. So I had a little break in the camera action, but in the meantime, we've had Phil work a full count, already up to 7 pitches, a couple foul balls. It's 3 balls and 2 strikes. Here comes the payoff pitch. Up the middle. Oh, snagged by Joe Serrano over to first base for the first out. We've got one down at the bottom of the fourth inning, and now coming to the plate is our shortstop and top of the order, Vicente Velasquez. And we're back online actually in video and in audio. We've got one down in the bottom of the fourth inning. That was Phil Myers' comebacker to the pitcher over to first base for one. We've got an 1-0 count and now a 2-0 count to Vicente Velasquez. 4-2 the score in the bottom of the fourth inning. We're playing 7 in game one and 7 in game two. Vicente takes that pitch for ball number 3. Never know, but chances are he will probably not be swinging on this one. Trying to get Joey into the high pitch count here. Pitch is taken for strike number 1. 3 balls and 1 strike, 1 down. And that's one swung through. We've got a full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Here comes Joey Sedano's payoff pitch to Vicente, and soft liner to shortstop, Alex Schmidt. He brings it in for the second out. That's out number 2. And now coming to bat with 2 outs in the bottom of the fourth inning is now center fielder Jake Gentry. Under the glove of second baseman Jake into right field with that hit. That brings him safe to first base. First time for Jake at or on a base today, and is a hard hit underneath the glove of the second baseman. We now have coming to bat our catcher, Victor Velasquez. And Victor takes that first pitch for strike number one. We've got two down and Jake Gentry at first base. Count even at 1-1. Foul ball straight back into the chest protector of the umpire. That's got to sting. Brings the count to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Take a little breather here. So it looks as if it just wasn't, or it wasn't just the chest protector that was hit by that foul ball, but also got a part of his arm or hand even. That certainly stings. We've got two down, runner at first base. 4-2 the score, and a 1-2 count to Victor. Hard hit to Marlin over at third base, and he gets the lead runner, Jake, coming into second base for the third out. As we go into the fifth inning already of game number one, we score remains 4 for Storm and 2 for the Legionäre. Top of the fifth inning. 4-2 for Storm. Now coming to bat, second baseman Matt Vance, number 4. Phil starts him out with a strike on the outside corner. 0-1 the count. Hit into the right fielder, but under it immediately is right fielder Oliver Jochum. Pulls it in for out number 1. Now at bat number 9, or number 9 batter that is, shortstop number 6, Alex Schmidt. That's ball number 1. Phil leaving that one up high for ball number 2. 2-0 the count. Called for ball number 3. 3-0 the count. Strike. Count 3-1. That's a ball low, and that's ball number 4. That's a walk for Alex Schmidt. Brings him to first base with 1 down. Now at the top of the order for the Legionäre, center fielder Devin Ramirez. He's flied out twice to center field. Alex Schmidt at first base. Devin Ramirez takes a strike. Pickoff attempt over at first base. Alex Schmidt back in time. It's 4-2. Close game. Alex Schmidt does have some wheels at first base. May see a bunt, may not. Both are very speedy. Let's see what happens here. We've got an 0-1 count to Mr. Ramirez. Another fly ball. This one to left field. Camping under it is Douglas Jochum. Brings it in for out number 2. Alex Schmidt returns to first base, and we've got 2 down. We've got 2 down in the top of the 5th inning. Now at bat, DH Nino Sarcasa. Who pumps that first pitch in for strike number 1. 2 down. We've got an 0-1 count to Nino Sarcasa. Alex Schmidt at first base with a 4-2 lead for Hünstetten in the top of the 5th inning. Taking a healthy lead at first base is Alex Schmidt, and he's off to second base. Line shot down the first base side, off of Noah Lawrence's glove. He's going to have to chase that one down. Alex Schmidt rounding third base, coming home. He's going to score. And here comes the throw, knocked down by Victor, and that keeps Nino at second base. We've got a new score, 4-3. So we've got a new score. It's 4-3. We've got a runner at second base. That's Nino Sarkaza. And now at bat is left fielder Terrell Joyce. Fouled back for strike number one. Healthy Heck at that one is a foul ball as well. It's no balls and two strikes. We've got two down, runner on second. It's a 4-3 game for Storm with a runner at second base. Ground ball to Daniel Martins. Daniel picks it up on the hop over to first base. That ends the inning with the third out. And as we go into the bottom of the fifth inning, we do have a new score. It's 4 for Storm, 3 now for the Legionäre from Regensburg. And we have Daniel Martins, Douglas Jochum, and Noah Lawrence coming to bat. Bottom of the fifth inning. Bottom of the fifth inning. Hünstetten Storm coming to bat, and we have Daniel Martins at bat, our third baseman. After him will be Douglas Jochum and Noah Lawrence, and many more, we hope. 4-3 the score. Greetings to Mad Max, greetings to the Hunter family, and greetings to all of you out there. If you have any questions, let us know. If you have any comments, keep them coming. Joe Cedeno with drops a curveball in there for strike number one. High and tight mixes them up a little bit. He takes a swing at that, and we've got an 0-2 count, or that is Daniel Martin does an 0-2 count. Curveball attempt is a bit outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Daniel. That pitch is strike number three, and that's out number one. Out number one, but now coming to bat is our left fielder, Douglas Jochum. Douglas takes his first offering for ball number one inside. That fastball even things up at 1 ball and 1 strike. We've got one down. Douglas Jochum at bat, left fielder. Bit low on that one, 2 balls and 1 strike. There's a shot into right field. That's dumped in there for a hit. Douglas safe at first base. And we've got Douglas at first base with one down. And now coming to bat, big first baseman, number 66, Noah Lawrence. Noah swings through that one for strike number one. When Noah gets a hold of one, boy, does it fly. He's a big boy, and we've got one down. He's got 1 strike. We're leading by one, and here comes the pitch. Nips the outside corner for strike number two. Ball outside, good block by Mr. Torres. Keeps Douglas safe at first base. That is, he does not advance. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Noah Lawrence. Very difficult to see whether or not time was called on that one. If not, it's yes, it was. So it's 1 ball and 2. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes, and that is a balk. Another balk for not stopping. Not stopping brings Douglas to second base. We have now a runner at second base in scoring position. That's Douglas Jochum. 4-3 the score, and Noah Lawrence at bat. One ball and two strikes to Noah Lawrence. Douglas Jochum at second base. Ball low, evens the count up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. We've got number 22 at second base. We've got lots of twos. If you're superstitious, here we go. Let's see what happens. Noah Lawrence has the ability to clear the bases. Here we go. And a pitch. Fouled straight back. Count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. That's called strike number 3, and that is out number 2. Still runner in scoring position. And now coming to bat is Oliver Jochum. Dumps that curveball in for strike number 1. Oliver playing right field right now, or not right now. Now he's at bat, but he's playing right field. We've got 2 down, 4-3 score, 0-1 count to Oliver Jochum. So I don't know if everyone saw that, but time was called. Time was called. The runner should be going back to second base, I believe. Yep, and there he goes. So runner goes back to second base. A little bit confusing there, but with time called, nobody can advance. Douglas returns to second base. We've got 2 outs. Got 1 strike to Oliver, his brother, playing right field today. Here comes a pitch. Big hack, healthy hack is strike number 2. And that is strike number 3, and that is out number 3. So, although we have a runner left on base, nobody scored that inning. The score remains 4 for Hünstetten Storm and 3 for Regensburg Legionäres. As we go into the 6th inning, it is 4-3. Top of the sixth as the ball comes down to second base. We're ready to go, and it's 4-3 for Hünstetten Storm. Now batting his third baseman, Marlon Jimenez. I think I noted this previously. Marlon is an experienced player from Cuba. Played last year for the Mainz Athletics and now with Regensburg. Phil is up to 23 pitches already, but only has 2 more innings to go because we're playing 7 today. Jimenez takes that first pitch for strike number 1. Twelve-six curve from Phil is strike number 2 to Mr. Jimenez. 0-2 the count. Line drive. Line drive to our shortstop. That's Vicente Velasquez. And that is out number 1. Out number 1 brings Lou Helmig, the first baseman, big first baseman for the Legionäre, to bat. We've got 1 down and Lou Helmig at bat. So ball outside for ball number 1. Fouled straight back, evens up the count for a count of 1-1. Just a little bit outside, a little bit low. Brings the count to 2 balls and 1 strike to Lou Helmig. Lou played up until recently for the Philadelphia Philly organization, I believe, in rookie ball golf league in Florida. That's ball number 3. 3 balls and 1 strike. Right on the outside corner. That takes the count full to 3 balls and 2 strikes. Tries to get him chasing on a curveball. He fouls it off. The count remains 3 balls and 2 strikes. We've got 1 down and a 4-3 game in the top of the 6th inning. Similar foul ball back, that is. Count remains 3 balls and 2 strikes. Three and two the count to Lou Helmig, and here's Phil Myers' payoff pitch. Ball is skied high. That could remain in play. Over is Vicente Velasquez for a second out. Pulls it in. It might have been a fair ball. I don't know exactly. Might have fallen direct on the line, but it didn't matter because Vicente was right there for out number 2. Now coming to bat, right fielder, number 12, Eric Harms. Just missed with a curveball. That's ball number one. We've got two down, 4-3 score for Hünstetten Storm. And Eric Harms at bat with a 1-0 count. That ball's hit sky high. Yannick Kiss or Noah under it, and Noah is under it. Brings it in for out number three. We are at the bottom of the sixth inning already. The score remains 4-3 for Hünstetten Storm, and we'll see what happens as we go into the bottom of the sixth. Here we go, folks. We are in the bottom of the sixth inning. At bat is number 9, and he is our second baseman now. That's Yannick Kiss. Yannick will also be attending Cochise Junior College starting this fall. Very good connections from our former manager, Lionel Chattel, who is also an instructor still with Storm. 3 players of ours will be joining the Cochise roster starting this fall. That's Daniel Martins, Jose Pimentel, and Yannick. Yannick at bat now with nobody down. Got 1 ball, no strikes. That's taken for ball 2 inside. And that one is low for ball number 3. I'm guessing, don't know, but I'm guessing that this pitch might be taken. We'll see where it ends up, but right now it's 3 balls and no strikes. And that was inside for ball number 4. 4 straight pitches is a free pass for Yannick to first base. He heads down to first base, and now coming to bat to help himself is Phil Meyer, the pitcher. So manager Martin Helwig out to the mound. Joe takes Joe Sedano off the hump or bump that is for, and we'll have to wait to see who the pitcher is going to be. And it looks as if it's Luis Martin coming to the mound for the Legionnaires. We've got nobody down. Phil Meyer at bat. Have some warm-up pitchers for Luis Martin. And Yannick Kiss is at first base with, again, nobody out. 4-3 the score. We have a comment in the chat from Max, Mad Max. I believe Mad Max is in Australia, and he's suggesting, because he knows baseball, that would be the opportune time. It is the opportune time for a bunt. A bunt would actually move Yannick, a good bunt would move Yannick over to second base. If Phil is safe, great. Otherwise, it's a sacrifice bunt, which is the task at hand. That would bring him into scoring position with the top of the order coming to bat, Vicente, Jake, and Victor, all in order to generate some runs here. So we'll see what happens, but we've got nobody out, Phil at bat, and Yannick at first base. So let's return to the action. We've got nobody out. We've got Yannick Kiss at first base, pitcher Phil Meyer at bat, and a new pitcher, Luis Martin, on the mound for Regensburg. Here comes Mr. Martin's first offering. Inside to Phil for ball number one. Pickoff attempt from catcher Torres to Lou Helmig. Lou Helmig did an excellent job of covering that one up. Otherwise, that might have wound up in right field and Yannick a kiss over at first or second base. As it is, we have a 1-1 count. Yannick at first base, nobody out. Phil Meyer at bat. Squaring but pulling back is Phil for ball number two. 2 balls and 1 strike. Two balls, 1 strike. Runner on first, nobody out. Phil Meyer squares again. Here comes the pitch. It's down. They're making an attempt at only first base, and that attempt is an out. That's a sacrifice bunt. The job well done by pitcher Phil Meyer. Brings Yannick Kiss to second base. He's now in scoring position, and Storm has the top of the order coming to bat now with 1 down. And coming to bat is number 2, our shortstop, Vicente Velasquez. Ball low to Vicente. With 1 down, he sees his first ball. The count is 1-0. We got a hit by pitch. That hit by pitch brings Vicente to first base with 1 down. Yannick still at second base. So runners at first base and second base with 1 down. And now coming to bat, our now center fielder, Jake Gentry. So everybody in the score container here, as we say, the score box, is of the opinion now is the time to do some damage. We'll see what happens. Jake has a very keen eye for balls and strikes. If he gets his pitch, he can drive one. We'll have to see. 1 out. The runners on first and second. The score is 4-3 for Storm. Not his pitch, he says, and he'll take it though for a strike on the outside corner. 0-1 the count. A similar pitch, but this one a little bit lower is ball number one. Ball one, strike one, one out. Runners on first and second. Ball gets away from the catcher. That's an inside pitch, gets away from the catcher. Runners advance. Runners now at second base and at third base with one down. We have a count to Jake Gentry, who is our center fielder, and that count is 2 balls and 1 strike, one out. 4-3 the score in the bottom of the sixth inning. Hitters count 2-1. Here comes the pitch, and that is ball three, up and away. 3 balls and 1 strike. Okay, 3-1. They're not giving Jake anything good to hit. They're giving him an intentional walk to Jake Gentry. That loads the bases, and it loads the bases for a very dangerous hitter, and that is Victor Velasquez, our catcher. With one down, bases loaded in the bottom of the sixth inning, it's 4-3 for Storm. No place to put anybody now. He's going to have to come in with some strikes, and we'll see what Victor does with these pitches. That's a ground ball, flipped over to second base, and no throw to first base. Dropped, but he's called out on the transfer. But we've got a run scored. We have a new score. It's 5-3. Now there are 2 outs, and we've got runners on the corner. Victor at first base, and his brother Vicente at third base. With 2 outs, we've got a new score of 5-3, and now coming to bat is our third baseman Daniel Martins. Martin Helmig coming over to the home plate umpire, discussing probably whether or not that was interference by the runner, Jake Gentry. Now asking for some help by other umpires, his home plate umpire, and we'll see what happens. So the discussion is now over, and the situation remains the same. And that situation is Jake Gentry is out at second base. It was not interference. Otherwise, the inning would have been over. It would have been a third out, and no runs would have been back to 4-3. But as it is now 2 outs, runners on the corner. It's 5-3 for Storm, and now at bat our third baseman, Daniel Martins. High and away for ball number one. Count even up now at 1 ball and 1 strike. We've got 2 downs and runners on the corner. 5-3 the score. Daniel Martin's at bat. And the pitch is called a balk. The pitcher did not stop, which means no pitch and runners advance, and that runner from third comes home. New score 6-3. Victor Velasquez goes from first base to second base on the balk, and we have a 1-1 count. A new score 6-3, and 2 outs. That's a ball outside. That's ball number 3. We have 3 balls and 1 strike, 2 outs, and Daniel Martins with that count of 3-1. Victor Velasquez on second base. 6-3 the score. And that is ball number 4. That's a walk to Daniel. Brings him to first base with 2 outs. Victor still at second base with 2 outs. And now coming to bat, our left fielder, number 22, Douglas Jochum. We'll be taking a little break in the action because Martin Helmig, manager for Regensburg, not crossing the line yet, but heading out to the mound to talk to his pitcher who came in this inning, Louis Martin. So, Louis Martin has seen a short day and will be replaced by a pitcher, Marius Wolf. Number 68, Marius Wolf coming in with a situation of 2 outs and runners on first and second. 6-3 to score for Storm. So here we go. The music is turned off. We've got a new situation. That situation is Marius Wolf now on the mound with 2 outs for Regensburg. 2 runners, that is, one at first base and one at second base for Storm. And now at bat, Douglas Jochum. Marius Wolf's first offering to Doug looked a little bit outside, but you know what? The umpire says it's a strike, so guess what? It's a strike today. Second offering for Marius now coming. And that looked as if it were in the same spot, and that's why he's called it strike number two again. So we've got two strikes, 0-2 the count to Douglas. Weird thing about baseball is that batter only needs to hit one, the pitcher needs to get three, so we'll see what happens. Third pitch coming to Douglas now. That's up high, trying to get him to chase, but that brings the count to 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Douglas, our left fielder. Runners on first and second, 6-3 to score, and here comes the pitch. That's a foul ball. Count remains at 1 ball and 2 strikes. One ball, 2 strikes to Douglas. Here comes the pitch. That's outside for 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 runners on base. Number 22 at bat. If you're superstitious, now's the time to press your thumbs, as they say in Germany. Cross your fingers, cross whatever you have for a hit here for Douglas. Twos all around, and here comes the pitch from Marius Wolf. Ball's lifted up into the air, shortstop getting under for that third out. But some damage is done, and that damage is a 6-3 lead now for Storm as we head into hopefully what will be the final inning, the seventh inning. Heading into the seventh inning, it is now 6-3 for Storm. All right, folks, here we go into the top of the seventh inning, and we hopefully are only playing seven. It is 6-3 for Storm, and we have number 7, 8, and 9 batters coming up for the Legionäre. Now at bat, catcher Antonio Torres. Takes that one upstairs for ball number 1. Want to know the count? And that pitch on the outside corner evens things up at 1 ball and 1 strike. Also upstairs on that one, 2 balls and 1 strike. Brushed him back. 3-1 the count. 3 balls, 1 strike. We've got a full count. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Antonio Torres, the catcher. Phil Meyer on the bound. And that is fouled back to the left side, and the count remains 3 balls and 2 strikes. And that one's punched through the middle for a hit. Second hit of the day, I believe, for Mr. Torres, and that brings him to first base. 6-3 is still the score, and now at bat, Matt Vance. So we're having a pitching change. Manager Nick Pupo says, Phil, thank you very much. Seen enough, but you've done an excellent job. And he has 6-3 the score. Runner at first base, and it looks as if what does it look as if? It looks as if Phil will be heading over to third base, and coming in to pitch will be Daniel Martins. So yeah, that is the pitcher change. It's just a small trip over for Daniel from third base to the pitcher's mound, and a small trip over from Phil over to third base. So 6-3, seventh inning. We're playing seven, hopefully. 6-3, runner on first, nobody out. And now coming to bat soon will be shortstop Alex Schmidt. So pinch hitter for Alex Schmidt is Eli van Garsen. Now coming to bat, Eli van Garsen. Mm, I take that back. It is Eli van Garsen for Matt Vance. Pickoff attempt at first base is safe for Antonio Torres back at first base. Keeps him close. Now batting Eli van Garsen as pinch hitter for Matt Vance. Count even up now at 1 ball and 1 strike. Just outside for second ball, 2 balls and 1 strike. Trying to hit the corners here, but just barely missing. 3-1 the count, 3 balls and 1 strike. Nobody out, and runner on first base. 6-3 the score, 7th inning. And that's ball number 4. That's free pass for Eli to first base. Brings him to first, pushes Antonio over to second base. We've got nobody down. We've got Alex Schmidt now at the plate. And a 6-3 score still for Storm. So that's 1 ball and 1 strike. Count even up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Got a little bit of a barn burner. I'm trying not to be too nervous here, but it's 6-3. We've got a runner on first base and second base, nobody out. 2 balls and 2 strikes to count to Alex Schmidt, shortstop for Regensburg. And Daniel now coming set for the 2-2 pitch. That ball is hit up in the air, deep into the center. Pulled in by Jake Gentry. Excellent on the warning track catch from Jake. Ball gets away, and runner scores. Runner scores. We've now got a score of 6-4. We do have one out, and unfortunately, the runner's not alone. The advanced one runner scored, so it's now 6-4. And the other runner advanced from first base. He's now at second. That's Eli van Garsen. But we have 6-4 for Storm right now. We have a runner at second base. We've got one out, and now at bat, center fielder Devin Ramirez. Ramirez takes the first pitch for ball number 1. And that pitch is also low for ball number 2 this time. 2-0 the count. Two balls and two strikes, and we've got one down. And running the count full, three balls and two strikes, one down. That pitch is ball number 4, brings Ramirez to first base. We've got still one down. Tying run now at first base, but we have one down. Top of the order now, or sorry, Nino Sakaza, who had a RBI double last at bat, is now at bat. Daniel starts him off with the first offering with strike number 1. One ball, one strike. Ball number 4. Base is now loaded, but the lead is still in Storm's hands. We've got one down, and 6-4 they score. Now coming to bat, Terrell Joyce. Terrell Joyce. So Terrell Joyce now at bat. Bases loaded. We've got one down, 6-4 the score for Storm in the top of the 7th inning. The ball is hit up and maybe in play. It is in play. Unfortunately, not caught by catcher Victor Velasquez. That will count probably as an error. That was an important catch. Unfortunately, a difficult play to make, but unfortunately not caught. Counts as a strike, and the bases are still loaded. One down. Ball shot down the left field line, brings in two. We've got a tie game. It's 6-6 now. We've got runners at second base and third base. Now at bat, Marlon Jimenez coming to bat. And that is an RBI, and then we have a new score. It's 7-6. We've got two down and a runner at second base, but we have a new score, and Regensburg now in the lead, 7-6. Now at bat with a new score is Lou Helmig. Lou Helmig has a runner at second base with two down and a 7-6 lead for Regensburg. Two and one the count, swung right through that one. Two balls and one strike. We've got two down. Ball sent into short left, very difficult one, and that drops, brings in another run, 8-6. Helmig safe at second base. Little miscommunication there in left field. Got to be making those plays. Cost an extra run. 8-6, the new score. Now at bat with an 8-6 lead for the Legionäre is number 12, Eric Harms. Lou Helmig at second base. That's a ball inside. Left that one up a little bit high as well, so two balls and no strikes. That's a long foul ball. Down the left field line, counts as strike number one. Two balls and one strike, and two outs. Three and one to count. That ball is not only ball four, it gets away from Victor Balasquez, and he will be perhaps going to second base. The throw is made down there, and it's thrown into center field. Runner scores 9-6, the new score. Throwing the ball around a little bit Little League now, and it is 9-6, the new score. We've still got two down, and coming to bat now, Antonio Torres. That is unfortunate. Hit by pitch. Nothing necessarily hurt there. Brings him to first base. And now batting is Garson with two down and runners at first and second. Garson with a hit into right field makes a new score 10-6. Regensburg coming alive here in the last inning. That is the seventh inning. Um, we have a new score. It's 10-6. Now batting is Alex Schmidt with two down and runners on the corner. Daniel starts Alex off with strike number one. One ball and two strikes to Alex Schmidt. Ball's hit deep, deep into right field. Oliver Jochum under it and finally pulls it in for out number three. Not he finally pulls it in, but we finally have our third out. We do have a new score. It's 10-6, and Hünstetten Storm coming to bat in the seventh, bottom of the seventh inning. 10-6. Okay, and here we go into the bottom of the seventh inning, 10 to 6. An unfortunate turn of events in the top of the seventh inning there, but here we are, 10 to 6, and batting is our first baseman, Noah Lawrence. That first offering from Marius Wolf is a ball outside, 1-0 the count. Brings that one back into the strike zone to even up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. That one's left up high. So we have a new count. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. 10 to 6 the score. Bottom of the seventh inning. That one also high and outside. We've got a new count, 3-1 to Noah Lawrence. And that's ball number 4. Ball number 4 brings Noah to first base. We've got nobody down. 10 to 6 to score. Noah at first base. And now coming to bat, our right fielder who brought in the last out at the top of the seventh inning, stopped that bleeding, is Oliver Jochum. Martin Helmick out to visit his pitcher. We did have a small change in the lineup on the Regensburg side. Daniel Patrice is now playing second base. Eli Garson was a pinch hitter, and he's come out. And now coming out to, in the eyes of Regensburg, close the door is Nick Michelli. He's replacing Marius Wolf with nobody out, 10 to 6 the score. Noah Lawrence at first base. Nobody out. And here we go. New pitcher, Nick Michelli on the mound for Regensburg. At bat, Oliver Jochum. our right fielder. Noah Lawrence at first base with nobody out. And here comes Michelli's first offering. It's in there for strike number one. Big hack from Oliver. Foul ball. Out of play. 0-2 the count to Oliver. Try to get him fishing with a curveball. 1-2 the count to Oliver. Healthy cut on that one. Foul ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Noah Lawrence still at first base with nobody out. Oliver held up on that swing and confirmed by the first base umpire. 2 balls and 2 strikes to count to Oliver. Fouled straight back, and that foul ball keeps the count remaining, or keeps it remaining, keeps the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Tries to drop, and actually tries to drop a curveball in there, tries to plead as well that that'd be strike number three, but it's not. It's now 3 balls and 2 strikes, nobody out, runner at first base. 10-6 the score. Michelli's payoff pitch to Oliver is ball number 4. That is ball 4, and that brings Noah to second base, Oliver to first base. Still got a 10-6 score, but we have 2 runners on base in the bottom of the 7th inning. Now coming to bat, second baseman Yannick Kiss. First pitch strike is a fastball in the inside corner for strike number 1. Similar pitch, but this time called a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike. Nobody out. Runners on first and second. Swung through. Pickoff attempt and is called out at first base. Picked off at first base. Catcher. Strong throw from catcher to Lou Helmick at first base is the first out in the inning. Runner still at second base now, but we have a 2-2 count, I believe. And that's strike number 3. Strike number 3 is out number 2. I'm going to go to the, no, not to the top of the order. We have Phil Meyer at bat now with 2 down, 10-6 the score in the bottom of the 7th inning. 1 more out remaining for the Legionäre to call game 1 theirs. Phil Meyer trying to avoid that result, and the payoff or the pitch is gets away from the catcher. Noah Lawrence advances to third base. Ball number 1 to Phil Meyer with 2 down, 10-6 the score. That one's hit sky high. It may be in play, may be out of play. It looks as if it's going to be out of play, and it is. And that's strike number one. One ball and one strike. Two down. Bottom of the seventh inning, 10-6 for Regensburg. Had a very strong for Regensburg seventh inning. Ugly for Hünstetten, top of the seventh inning for them. But it brought the score to 10-6, and that's where we are with a runner on third base and two outs. Phil Meyer at bat with a 1-1 count. One on one the count. That one's also fouled out of play. 1-2 now the count to Phil Meyer. So we've got two down. We've got a 10-6 score for Regensburg in the bottom of the seventh inning. Noah Lawrence at third base represents the 10-7 score. Phil Meyer at bat on a 1-2 count. And that is strike three, and that is the ball game. We had an unfortunate turn of events in the seventh inning. We have game one going to the Legionäre von Regensburg. We look forward to bringing you a different game and different result in game number two, and that'll be coming up in about a half an hour. Stay tuned, and thank you for being part of this. Well, welcome back. I understand I was on the mute button. That was probably not a bad idea. Anyway, back. Welcome back to game number two. Game number two of a doubleheader. The first game is still being digested, perhaps, but off we go to game number two. And the starting lineup for the Regensburg Legionäre is Devin Ramirez. He'll be in center field. Lou Helmig is in the second spot, and he'll be at first base. Ellie van Garsen is behind the plate and batting third. Terrell Joyce is the left fielder. Marlon Jimenez is at third base again. Eric Harms is in right field. Alex Schmidt at shortstop in the seven hole. And Daniel Patrice is DHing. Matt Vance is the number nine batter at second base, and Scott Harkin is the pitcher for game two. Don't have any background on Scott, but I assume that he's played at upper echelons of baseball, and he will be the game two starter, which is most often or very often held for a non EU passport holder, and that in this case is Scott Harkin. On the bench for game two is Antonio Torres, Mick Michelli, Marius Wolf, Luis Martin, and Joe Sedano. Starting lineup for Hünstetten Storm in game two is leading off our shortstop Vicente Balasquez. Jake Gentry will be also in the two spot as in the first game, and he is playing center field. Victor Balasquez is this time not behind the dish but at third base. Daniel Martins is at in left field. Noah Lawrence at first base. Douglas Jochum is behind the plate, while Yannick Kiss is in right field. Phil Myers at second base, and pitching for Hünstetten is Jesse Remington. And here we go to start off the game. Jesse versus Devin. Pitch number one is strike number one. Jesse's second offering is fouled off down the third base side for strike number two. Jesse is an experienced left-handed pitcher. He's been bouncing around a number of independent league teams. He has played in Australia, and this past winter also had an experience playing in Venezuelan league. He is from Gifford, Illinois, and we welcome him to this team. He's 1-1, I believe, for the start of the season. One ball and two strikes now to Devin Ramirez. Ramirez fouls that one straight back. Count remains at one ball and two strikes. Jesse working the outside corner there, fouled off to the first base side. Count remains one ball, two strikes. And Devin Ramirez lines that one straight up the middle to right field, pulled in by Jake, but single up the middle. Brings Devin to first base, and now batting for Regensburg is first baseman Lou Helmig. Lou squares around, shows bunt, pulls back, and is called strike number one. Swing and a miss by Lou. Swung right through that one. That's strike three and out number one. With one out in the top of the first inning, we have now Eli van Garsen behind the dish, normally in the defense, and he is this game as well. He'll be batting with one down, with Devin Ramirez at first base. Ramirez taken off, and ball's fouled back straight back from Eli van Garsen. Ramirez has to return to first base, still one down, and a count now of 0 balls and 1 strike. Tough for the runner to read that left-handed pitcher, but he may be taken off. Nope, he stays. Ball tapped, fair ball. He's out, and runner advances to second base. So the ball was called a fair ball, and that was what it was, off the plate, but then straight into fair territory. 2 down with the runner on second base. Now batting with 2 down, Terrell Joyce, left fielder for Regensburg. That's in there for a strike. Jesse trying to get him to fish goes upside and high, or outside and high, and does not go fishing. That's a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Way outside for ball number two. 2-1, but we've got 2 outs. Runner at second base in the top of the first inning. 0-0 the score. Working that outside part of the plate for strike two. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 down, runner on second. Trying to bite that outside corner, and the count goes to 3-2. Full count to Terrell Joyce. And here's Jesse's payoff pitch. And that's taken high to left field, very high and deep. Still in front of the warning track. Daniel Martins brings it in for the 3rd out. So, no hits, 1 left on base, no runs scored as we go into the bottom of the first inning of hopefully a 7th inning game only, and hopefully a Storm win. But it is 0-2 Storm coming to bat. So Scott Harkin on the bump for the Legionäre. Now at bat, Vicente Velasquez for Hünstetten Storm. He's our starting shortstop. Count even up at 1 ball and 1 strike. I'd like to welcome all the viewers who are now starting to come online. A number of you in the United States coming online. That's a foul ball from Vicente. 1 ball, 2 strikes. With online, I mean, for example, Deb. And Deb, if I'm not outing you too much, Deb is the mother of Jesse Remington. And welcome. Look forward to any of your comments. Good morning to you. Hope you grabbed your cup of Joe and you're happy watching this. That ball had eyes, and that's into right field. Vicente safe at first base. We've now got a runner at first base, nobody out. Vicente safe at first, nobody out, and now coming to bat, our center fielder, Jake Gentry. So Vicente Espeaser at first base, Jake a left-handed batter with 1 strike already, and here comes the pitch. He takes that one also for strike, and then we've got an 0-2 count on Jake. Jake a patient and very experienced batter. Trying to nip that outside corner, misses it this time for ball one. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Jake, nobody out, and Vicente at first base. Vicente off and running from down, and he is safe at second base, stolen base, and we have a 2-2 count on Jake Gentry with Vicente in scoring position. 2 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. Runner on second base. He's calling that strike three, and that's a strike three looking on Jake, but that's only the first down. Got one down in the bottom of the first inning. Vicente at second base, and now coming to bat, his brother, Victor Velasquez. Harkin drops that curveball in for strike number one. Off to third base is Vicente, and he is safe at third base standing up. Got a 1-1 count. Victor fouls off that offering. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count. That ball's low. We've got an even up count at 2-2. One down, Vicente at third base already in the bottom of the first inning. 0 runs for the Legionäre in their attempt in the first inning. There's the Storms try, and they're in the bottom, and it is 1 out. Runner on third. And that And that ball is out of play. Out of play means €8 lost. €8 per ball here. Foul ball this time down the third base side. Not lost, but a foul ball, and this count remains at 2 balls and 2 strikes. 12-6 curve from Harkin is fouled off again. With one down, Harkin already up to 16 pitches this inning. Victor at bat. Here comes the 2-2 offering. Yet again, another foul ball. This one has definitely gone into the neighboring crop. It looks as if that may be wheat this year. In any case, it's 2-2. Victor staying alive, trying to bring his brother from third base in. And that will definitely do it. That ball is hit into deep, deep right center over the fence. That is a home run for Victor, and we have a new score. 2-0 for Storm. Two Velasquez score in the bottom of the first inning. 2-0 for Storm, and off we go. We're 400 feet deep into center field. We're 323 down the lines, and that was in right center. That must have been at least 370, I would say. In any case, now coming to bat is Daniel Martins, our left fielder. Daniel looks at strike one to start him off. We've got a new score of 2-0. 0-1 the count to Daniel. One down. That's a hit by pitch. That had to sting. That is not fun. Having said that, that does bring him to first base. Off Daniel goes. With one down, we've got a runner at first base. 2-0 the score. And now coming to bat, our big first baseman, Noah Lawrence. Harkin starts him out with the fastball. I believe that was a fastball. In any case, it was a strike. 0-1 the count to Noah. That is a foul ball straight back. That's 0-2 count to Noah. Runner on first base. That runner is Daniel Martins with one down. Checking the runner with no throw, sends him back. Yet another foul ball. That was no joke. That the baseballs that are used in the German Bundesliga do cost around, or actually €8 per ball. Pulled the string on that one. That is strike number 3, and that's out number 2. Getting back to the baseballs, that's what is that? 96? No, 108. In any case, a dozen is a lot of money. If anyone wishing to support, please let us know. $8 or €8 a ball is what the costs are. Getting back to the game now, behind the plate in the defense is Douglas Jochum, and that was a pickoff over to first base. Running to second base is Daniel Martins. He is picked off at second base. Douglas does not get a chance to swing the bat in this inning. However, we do have a new score. That score is 2-0 for Storm as we go into the top of the second inning. Starting out the top of the second inning is Marlon Jimenez, third baseman for the Regensburg Legionäre. Legionnaires, Roman soldiers. Marlon takes that one ball high. 1-0 the count. Jesse evens the count up at 1 ball and 1 strike. Jesse doing an excellent job of finding that frame, pitching around. And Marlon doing an excellent job of taking a ball which was outside of the strike zone to right field. He's safe at first base. Good job of hitting there from Marlon. Excellent pitch from Jesse, but sometimes that happens. Now coming to bat is Eric Harms, the right fielder for Regensburg. That offering's fouled back for strike number one. 0-1 to count to Eric Harms. Harms lays one down. Jesse fields it, has to go to first base with it. That's a sacrifice bunt. Does his job moving Marlon Jimenez over to second base. But Storm has one down, has a runner at second base now. And now coming to bat is shortstop Alex Schmidt. Batter is DH Daniel Patrice. That one's fouled back. That is a hit by pitch towards the head. He seems to be okay. Deflected off the shoulder, perhaps. In any case, Patrice goes to first base. One down. Runner at first and runner at second. Now at bat is shortstop Alex Schmidt. Runners take off. Alex Schmidt fouls it off, so runners return. One out. We've got one strike and runners at first and second. So time is called. Nick Pupo visiting home plate umpire to discuss something. May have been a lineup. Looks as if we do have a couple things to clarify here, and with we, I mean the umpires. It may just be that there's a mistake in the batting order for Regensburg. So a little plate conference to understand what the lineup is. As it stands right now, we do have a runner at first and a runner at second with one out. If there is a batting out of order, we may have a number of outs added to that. So we're going to need a small explanation here. We got a batting out of turn. Batting out of turn, the same count. Nobody added as an out to that. What that means is apparently Alex Schmidt is just dismissed for batting out of turn, but not as an out. Coming to bat with one out now with the same count is Matt Vance. And Matt Vance puts one into center field. Heading home is Marlon Jimenez scores from second base through a hit RBI single from Matt Vance. So he took that 0-1 count that he inherited from Alex Schmidt, places it into center field. We've got a new score. It's 2-1. Still, the lead is in Storm's hands, but we have runners at first and second, and we have the top of the order, number 8 and center fielder Devin Ramirez. Ramirez squares around but takes his bat back for a ball. Ball one down, runners on first and second. 2-1 the score for Storm. Trying to hit that outside corner, just barely missing. That brings the count to 2 balls and no strikes to Devin Ramirez. 2-0 count, 1 down, runners on first and second in the top of the second inning. Missing there as well, 3-0 the count. Three and one now the count. So Jesse Remington's 3-1 offering to Ramirez is the ball outside, and that's going to load the bases. Load the bases for Lou Helmick, who was on the Gulf Coast of Florida recently with the Philadelphia Phillies organization. He's the hard-hitting first baseman, and we'll see what happens where we have a lefty versus a lefty. With 1 down and the top of the second inning, 2-1 for Storm, bases loaded. Jesse's first offering is strike on the outside corner. Helming went down on strikes last at bat, and he starts out here in the hole, no balls and 1 strike. That's going to even the score. Ball hit to a soft liner, hit to shortstop. He gets the lead runner at second base, but the runner from third base scores, evens up the score at 2-2. We've got runners at the corner with 2 down, and now at bat the catcher Ellie van Garsen. And Jesse Remington starts him out with strike number 1. Second pitch is fouled straight back for strike number 2. So we have lots of twos again. 2 runners on base, that is on first and on third. We have a 0-2 count. We've got 2 outs, and we've got a tie score, and that score is 2-2. And there goes Lou Hemagoff, and he's going to be given that base. No throw down. Count now 1 ball and 2 strikes. 2 down. That's a small ground or short grounder to second base, over to first base. Is the third out. No run scored there, but we do have a new score, and that is 2-2 as we head to the bottom of the second inning. It is Regensburg 2, Storm coming to bat with also 2 runs. Douglas Jochum, our catcher, is now at bat. Scott Harkin starts him off with strike number one. Ground ball to second base, fielded cleanly over to first base for out number one. Small learning from our side here in the scorers side. The batting out of order was unfortunately discovered a little bit too late. Had they done that in the previous batter, then there would have been an out called. So that actually changes the landscape a little bit, but that's passed. And here we are with a 2-2 score. Yannick Kiss now at bat, and Yannick takes strike number one. And he looks at strike number two. Scott Harkin working quickly and throwing strikes. And that curveball is strike number three, and that's out number two. We've got two down in the bottom of the second inning, and now coming to bat is our second baseman, Phil Meyer. Ducking out of the way, and that curveball broke so hard that it actually broke for a strike. And that's strike number one with two outs. That ball is hit down the right field line. It was a fastball, and it is a foul ball, just barely foul. Doesn't matter. It counts as a strike, and we have an 0-2 count. That is, Phil Meyer has an 0-2 count with two down. That attempt to get Phil going fishing was unsuccessful, and we've got a one ball, two strike count. The 1-2 pitch is a ball up high and evens the count at two balls, two strikes, and two outs in the second inning, and it is 2-2. Drops that curveball, 12-6 curveball in there for strike number three and out number three. And that is the end of that inning. That inning went quickly. As we go into the third inning, the score remains 2-2. Here we go into the third inning of a seven-inning game. Coming to bat for the Regensburg Legionäre is left fielder Terrell Joyce. And our Jesse Remington starts him off with a strike. 0-1 the count. That one is hit deep. We've got 400 feet to go. Jake Gentry back on the track, and he brings it in at the track over the head. Extremely windy. There is a reason that this team is called Storm, but Jake plays it just perfectly and brings it in for the first out. Now at bat for the Regensburg Legionäre, Eric Harms, the right fielder. And I was listening to the wrong person. We have not Eric Harms at bat. It is the third baseman, Marlon Jimenez. Fouled straight back. That one also hit deep into left field. Daniel Martins under it for the second out. Two down in the top of the third inning, and now we have the right fielder for the Regensburg Legionäre, Eric Harms. Jesse starts him out with a curveball and a strike number one. Two down. That one left up high for a ball. It's even at one ball and one strike, but we have two down already in the top of the third inning. Ground ball to Vicente Velasquez over to first base to Noah Lawrence for the third out. A 1-2-3 inning. Nobody left on base. Nobody hits. No hits. Nobody left on base. And as we go into the bottom of the third inning, the score remains 2-2. And here we go into the bottom of the third inning. It's 2-2 score, and we have a pitcher duel here, and not only a pitcher duel, but we also have pitcher versus pitcher at bat now. Jesse Remington batting, I believe for the first time for Storm, lefty. He's going to take a look at that pitch, and that pitch is, I believe, ball. Nipped the outside corner for strike one. One ball and one strike. A big hack from Jesse brings the count to one ball and two strikes. And that pitch also on the outside corner, a nice pitch and a decent swing. That is strike number three, and that's out number one in the bottom of the third inning. As we head to the top of the order, that's Vicente Velasquez, our shortstop, with one down. Showing bunt, but pulling it back, but also a strike. So the count goes to 0 balls and one strike with one down. That's curveball. It's popped into shallow center field. Backing up as a shortstop, Alex Schmidt, and he brings it in for out number two. We've got two down at the bottom of the third inning. Now at bat, our center fielder, Jake Gentry. Ripped to the first base side. Lou Helmick brings it in on his own, unassisted at first base. One pitch, one out, and that last out is the third out. So, no hits, nobody left on base, and we have a tie score still. 2 runs for the Legionäre coming to bat in the top of the fourth inning, and 2 runs for Storm. So Douglas Jochum stretches out his arms, which means coming down to second base. There's his throw. Nice throw from Douglas, straight as an arrow. And coming to bat now, for actually the first time, is Alex Schmidt. Seems to have the batting out of order issues all cleared up. Alex Schmidt, shortstop, will be leading off. Then comes Daniel Patrice, and then Matt Vance for the Regensburg Legionäre. Jesse starts him out with strike number one. Count even at 1-1. Jesse coming up high on him brings the count to 2 balls and 1 strike. That one's fouled back, and that one evens up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Soft liner to Victor Velasquez is out number one. Out number one brings now Daniel Patrice, the DH, to bat. So Alex Schmidt retired on a soft liner to our third baseman, Victor Velasquez. A strike called. 0-1 the count. Very difficult pitch to hit, and that's probably why he laid off it. But an excellent pitch. Unfortunately, it did not go fishing. 1-1 the count with 1 down. That ball is put out of play on the right side. Well out of play. No chance for Noah Lawrence to get it. But the count goes now to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Ground ball. Ground ball. Over to second base. Over to first base. We've retired too. Phil Meyer with a nice play. Shuffle, shuffle over to first base. We've got 2 down as we go into the ninth batter with 2 down. Ninth batter for the Regensburg Legionäre is Matt Vance playing second base. Matt trying to get on base through a bunt, fouls it off. Count is 0-1. Again, an excellent pitch that comes in on right-handers. Not fishing. Backdoor slider, perhaps. In any case, 1-1 the count with 2 down. Similar pitch, also not bitten. 2 balls and 1 strike. That ball's hit deep into center field, and under it is Jake Gentry. He brings it in for the third out. So, again, no hits, nobody left on base, and the score remains 2-2 as we head into the bottom of the fourth inning. So, welcome back. We're in the bottom of the fourth inning. We've got another close game. It's 2-2. My understanding is that this is being seen around the world in parts of Minnesota and parts of Illinois. Anyway, welcome back. It's a tight game. Victor Velasquez at bat. I'm going to get these names right sooner or later. It's great that there are two brothers with the same name that I can't pronounce. In any case, Victor at bat. He's our third baseman. Ground ball hit hard to second base. Fielded cleanly and over to first for out number one. Left fielder Daniel Martins now at bat with one down in the bottom of the fourth. He takes a look at strike one. Harkin tries to drop in a 12-6 curve for strike number two, but a little bit low, 1-1 the count. Fastball off the fist. Helmig making a valiant attempt to pull that one in a little bit too far, and the count goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes. One and two the count, and the pitch. Swung through for strike number three and out number two. It would appear that we do have a pitcher's duel going on. Having said that, now we have first baseman Noah Lawrence coming to bat. Hard hit down the right field side. Bounces away, and he's going for two. Here comes the throw. The throw coming into second base, and Noah's safe at second base. Hard hit into right field from Noah Lawrence. Difficult to handle, however, single with an E9 brings Noah to second base with two down. Now our catcher, Douglas Jochum at bat. Ground ball to Marlon Jimenez over at first base, over to first for the third out. And the Storm team is retired with nobody scoring. One left on base after one hit. And we go into the top of the fifth inning. The score remains 2-2. And here we go into the top of the fifth inning. 2-2 the score. And we have Regensburg coming to bat in the top of the fifth. And we have the top of the order. Devin Ramirez, center fielder for Regensburg, is leading off. A little bit high and outside is ball number one. Ramirez takes a look at ball number two. Jesse Remington brings in that one for strike number one. 2-1 the count. I'd like to reach out. Reach out, a strange thing to say. Grandma Julie in Minnesota. Glad to have you online and watching. Hope you can see and hear everything just fine. It is 2-2. The 2-1 offering from Remington is in there for a strike, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. That ball is skied high, and it's out of play. Small misunderstanding on the count, previous count. We now have a full count. It's 3 balls and 2 strikes. And here comes the payoff pitch. That's a ball inside, and that's ball number four, and that's a free pass to Ramirez. He goes to first base with nobody down. Lou Helmig, first baseman for Regensburg, coming to bat. Pickoff and throw down to Vasquez. He tags him out, and we've got one down. Excellent pickoff move from Jesse Remington over to Noah Lawrence. Lawrence, excuse me, Noah back over to shortstop to Vicente. He tags Ramirez, and we've got one down in the top of the fifth inning. So, hello to the Borgading family. Steve, we understand that you're actually in an airport somewhere. Sarah, you're watching as well, and the kids. Welcome. That is a ball sky high. Douglas trying to get under. He is under it. That's a tough one. Wind got a hold of that one. Not caught, but a foul ball. I believe the count is 2-2, if I am correct. I believe we've got a full count, 3-2. Sky high. Vicente under it for the out number 2. Elif Garson with 2 down takes the first pitch for a ball. Ball's also hit sky high. It looks like Vicente's camping under it, and he brings it in for out number 3. So, had a walk, picked off though. Nobody left on base, and our score remains 2-2. No barns on fire here, but if they were, we'd have the same situation that we have in this ball game. We've got a close one. It's 2-2. It is the bottom of the 5th inning. We're playing 7, hopefully. Coming to bat is Yannick Kiss, our right fielder. That's the ball inside. Ball lifted up into right field, easily pulled in for the first out. We've got 1 down at the bottom of the 5th. And now coming to bat, number 31, our second baseman, Phil Meyer. Phil sees the first one, the fastball on the outside corner for strike 1. Harkness drops in a curveball for strike number 2. His third pitch gets away from the catcher, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Left that one up high for a ball. That's 2 balls and 2 strikes. 1 down. Sweeping curve gets Phil for the second out. We've got 2 down. Now coming to bat, our shortstop, Vicente Velasquez. You know what? They look totally different. That is not Vicente. That is Jesse. Jesse takes first pitch for strike number 1. Got 2 down. Jesse Remington at bat. Swing and a miss is 0-2 with 2 down. Jesse takes a big hack, fouls it off. Count remains at 0 balls and 2 strikes. We got 2 down in the bottom of the fifth. 2-2 the score. That is a fair ball. That is a fair ball, and Jesse comes to first base. That was tapped at the most, and tapped so far that it just stopped rolling in fair territory. Jesse safe at first, and now the top of the order comes, and that's Vicente Velasquez with 2 down. Runner at first base. So that was Jesse's first Bundesliga hit, and we will celebrate that. And that almost made it past the pitcher's mound. Vicente with a big hack. Strike number one, fouled back. 0 on the count. Jesse at first base. 2 down. Score 2-2. That one is hit hard and hit deep. Left center. Under it is nobody. Jesse coming around third base, and they're going to send him home. Here comes the cutoff, and Jesse is going to score. Is he going to score in time? He is, and Vicente pulls into third base with an RBI triple. We have a new score. Storm goes into the lead 3-2. Jesse scoring all the way from first base with 2 down. Gives himself as the pitcher the lead. And now coming to bat is Jake Gentry with Vicente at third base, 2 down. 12-6 curve from Harkins. Harkins brings count to 0-1. 2 down to Jake Gentry. That one nips the outside corner as well. 0-2 the count. Protecting the plate, ball out of play. 0-2 still the count. Oh and 2 the count to Gentry. Ball inside. And the count is 1-2. We've got 2 down. Storm has just taken the lead 3-2, and we have a runner at third base. Swing and a miss. He's going to have to throw the ball to first base to get Jake Gentry. He does in time. Retires Jake at third or at first for the third out, but one left on base. 1 run scored. Storm goes into the lead 3-2 as we head into the top of the sixth inning. And here we go into the top of the sixth. Top of the sixth has at bat leading off is Terrell Joyce. He's the left fielder for Regensburg. And that pitch just tied up the game at 3-3. I think he was waiting on that one. He got it served up, and that one swing ties things up at 3. So Terrell Joyce with a shot over left field fence brings the score to 3-3. Now coming to bat with nobody down, as nobody out, is third baseman Marlon Jimenez. Jesse starts him off strike number 1. That's a shot down the line, off of Noah's glove at first base. Marlon heading into second with a stand-up double. Eric Harms now at bat. Nobody down, runner on second. Squares around. That ball gets away from Doug. No need to bunt anymore. Marlon moves over to third base. We've got nobody down. Eric Harms at bat. It's a 3-3 score in the top of the sixth inning. So, short mound visit from manager Nick Pupo. Small conversation, short conversation. Jesse remaining in the game. So, Eric Harms at bat. Nobody out. Marlon Jimenez at third base. Ball's lifted out of play for a strike. 1-1 the count. That hits the outside corner for strike number 2. 1 ball and 2 strikes. So nobody down. Eric Harms at bat. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count. That's fouled off. Count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. Marlon Jimenez at third base. And we've got a tie game at 3-3 in the top of the sixth inning. That's a fair ball down the left field line. Brings in Marlon Jimenez for a 4-3 score. Eric Harms with a single down the left field line. Brings him to first base with nobody out. And now batting Alex Schmidt. It's a bunt situation. That bunt bunted up in the air, a little bit out of reach for either the first baseman Noah Lawrence or the catcher Douglas Jochen. So the count goes to 0 balls and 1 strike. Nobody on, or sorry, nobody out, and a runner on first base. That runner is Eric Harms, who just brought in the 4-3 score, or lead that is, for Regensburg. Curious to see what's going to happen here. Perhaps still the bunt situation. Jesse pitching. Comes inside. Excellent pitch. Called a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike. Asked whether or not he swung. Excuse me. Swung. He did not. It is 1 ball and 1 strike. That pitch also called a ball. 2 balls and 1 strike. Still a bunting situation. Alex Schmidt, does he square around? No, he doesn't. He takes a swing, fouls it off, out of play. Count goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Nobody out, and a runner at first base. Score 4 for Regensburg, 3 for Hünstetten in the top of the 6th inning. That ball also fouled out of play. €8, go into a wheat field. That's the way it is. And we have a 2 ball, 2 strike count, nobody out. Eric Harms at first base, and a 4-3 score. That's a swing and a miss, and that'll be the first out. Jesse chalks up another K. This one goes to Alex Schmidt with one down in the top of the 6th. A 4-3 score for the Legionäres from Regensburg. Brings the designated hitter, Daniel Patrice, up to bat. Pick, Pickoff attempt brings Noah to his knees. He stopped that one, but safe at first base is Eric Harms. Keeping him close to the bag with one down. Daniel Patrice at bat. Déjà vu. Another pickoff attempt, another diving stab to save the throw from Noah Lawrence. Keeps Eric Harms at first base. Daniel Patrice still at bat. That's fouled straight back for an 0-1 count. No balls, 1 strike, with one out. Also here, a foul ball well out of play keeps the count at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Excuse me, no balls and 2 strikes. Excellent pitch from Jesse Remington. Does not get the batter Daniel Patrice to go fish, which brings the count to 1 ball and 2 strikes. That's a shot down the line. That down the line means right field. Picked up by the right fielder, thrown in, cut off from second base. Runners held at third base and at second base. That's a double for Daniel Patrice. He brings Eric Harms all the way to third base with 1 out. He's at second base, and now coming to bat is second baseman Matt Vance. So this is the second visit in the same inning from Nick Pupo, which will mean that he will have to take Jesse out. Be interesting to see with whom he's replaced. But Jesse had a fine outing. A couple balls off of gloves or seeing eye hits. Did an excellent job. The score is certainly not out of hand. It's 4-3, and we're still in the top of the sixth inning with 1 out. And pitching will be Gianfranco Rizzo. Gianfranco is of Venezuelan descent. He also has an Italian passport and has been playing both in Italy and in Germany for quite some time. As a young man with 17, I believe he was signed by the Milwaukee Brewers, made it well through their system to a certain extent, but then he made his way to Europe, played for Italy, played for the Mannheim Tornadoes, and for the past 4 years has been with the Hünstetten Storm. Pinch hitter Nino Sarkaza now at bat. Shot up the middle is going to probably bring two in, and sure enough, Nino Sarkaza with two RBI single. Two RBIs brings the score to 6-3. Still the sixth inning. Sixth inning with one down. And now coming to bat is the top of the order, Devin Ramirez, center fielder, with Nino Sakaza with an RBI, excuse me, two RBI single. He's now at first base, and the score is now 6-3. That ball certainly had eyes as well as Ramirez dumps that thing into the outstretched arms, or past the outstretched arms of Vicente, into left field, brings Nino Sacasa to second base. Devin is at first base with one down, and now at bat, hard-hitting left-hander first baseman Lou Helmig. So with one down, top of the sixth, runner at second, runner at first. That ball is fouled straight back for strike number one. Also here, slammed into right field. Looks like it's going to be a RBI. Cut off by Noah Lawrence. And we have a new score, 7-3. Single into right field by Lou Helmick is an RBI. He's at first base. Ramirez at second base. Still with one down. Now coming to bat is catcher Ellie van Garsen. That ball left up a little bit high for ball number one. Also here, an inside pitch is called for a ball. That's ball number two. Up a little high is 3 balls and no strikes to Ellie van Garsen. That pitch brings the count to 3 balls and one strike. That ball gets away. It's also ball four. Not risking coming home is Ramirez, but it does load the bases. Loads the bases with one out for left fielder Terrell Joyce. And Terrell started this inning with a home run. Don't want any set any omens here, but Nick Pupo taking a visit to the mound to see how his pitcher's doing. I think he's been struggling with some back issues, and Gianfranco Rizzo is done for the day. Leaves the bases loaded with one down, and coming into pitch will be a right fielder, Yannick Kiss. So replacing Yannick Kiss in right field is Oliver Jochem. He'll be in right field now in the top of the sixth inning. So here we are in the top of the sixth still, 7-3 the score with one down. Yannick Kist, the new pitcher for Storm, he's inherited one out. He's inherited a 7-3 score, and he's also inherited a bases loaded situation and a formidable hitter or batter, if you will, Terrell Joyce at bat. Yannick's first offering is fouled down the left field line for strike number one. That curveball left up a little bit high. The count goes to 1 ball and 1 strike. One down in the top of the sixth inning. Terrell Joyce at bat. A little bit outside for ball number two. 2-1 the count. Three and one the count. The bases are loaded. 3-1 the count to Terrell Joyce. 7-3 the score. And that's ball number four, and that brings in a run. 8-3 the new score. Bases still loaded, and now coming to bat is Marlon Jimenez, third baseman for the Regensburg Legionäre. Ball's lifted into center field. Jake Gentry under it for the second out. Tagging up is Lou Helmick, and he makes it 9-3. Runners advance to second base and to third base, but two are down now in the top of the sixth. A new score, 9-3. Sacrifice fly for Marlon Jimenez, and now at bat, right fielder Eric Harms. First pitch offering to Eric Harms is taken inside for a ball. Crowd not in agreement with that call. That call was called a ball, but it is now 2 balls and no strikes. That ball down as well for a 3-0 count. First base unoccupied, but 3-0 count to Eric Harms. Ball number four is a free pass for Eric Harms. He heads to first base, and that loads the bases. We've got bases loaded. We have two outs. A new score was 9-3, and now coming to bat is shortstop Alex Schmidt. Excellent block by catcher Douglas Jochum. Keeps the base runners at bay. However, it is still, or it is now 2 balls and no strikes. Bases loaded, 2 down in the sixth inning. So 3-0, the new count. Bases loaded. That is strike number one. 3 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs, bases loaded. 9-3 the score. And yet another walk brings in the runner from third base because we have bases loaded. We have a new score. It's 10-3. 8 runs left in the sixth inning. It's a tough one to stop the bleeding on this, but we do have 2 outs. Coming to bat is Daniel Patrice, the designated hitter. Walks is one thing, wild pitches is another way. And we have a new score now. It's 11-3. Runners advance. We have a runner at second base and at third base with 2 down. And count of 1 ball and 0 strikes to Patrice or to Daniel Patrice. Ball high is 2 balls and no strikes. That ball's hit high, shallow. Phil Meyer underneath it, and he brings in the third out. It was a difficult first of sixth inning. However, we still have 2 innings to go for the Storm at bat. It is 11-3, and off we go into the bottom of the sixth. So Scott Harkins still on the mound for Regensburg, and now coming to bat is our third baseman Victor Velasquez. We got a 2-0 count to Victor. 12-6 curve from Harkins is also off the plate for a 3-0 count. That fourth pitch pumped in there for a strike, 3-1 the count. Victor takes a hack, swings past it, and that brings the count to full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Fastball ripped down the right field side, but out of play. Count remains at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Three and two. And the payoff pitch is also fouled off. Back, and it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. Victor with a ground ball to shortstop. Schmidt fields it cleanly over to first base. A little bit low, but Lou Helmick picks it up. And that's the first out. Retired is Victor Velasquez. Velasquez. And now batting is our left fielder Daniel Martins with 1 down. Big swing and a miss from Daniel brings the count to 0 balls and 1 strike. Broken bat to shortstop. That is the ball to shortstop. Over to first base at Lou Helmig is the second out. So Daniel with an out, and Daniel also with a broken bat. That was the 74th pitch of Scott Harkins. And that 74th pitch meant out number 2 in the bottom of the 6th inning. Now batting number 66, our first baseman, Noah Lawrence. Again, a 12-6 curve dropped in there for strike number 1. Tries it again, gets it again, 0-2 the count. Third time is not a charm on this one. The count goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Lined into right field. No, with a nice hit to right field over the outstretched glove of second baseman Nino Sarcasa. Brings him safely to first base with 2 down. Another base hit for Noah with 2 down. Now coming to bat, our catcher, Douglas Jochum. That's an inside pitch fastball for ball number 1. Fastball evens up the count at 1-1. We've got 2 down, Noah Lawrence at first base. The score is 11-3 in the bottom of the 6th inning. Ground ball to the right side. Lou Hemlick, for some reason, throws it to second base. Hits Noah Lawrence in the arm in the back. And what would have been out number 3 if he had just taken it unassisted to first base is runner safe at first and runner safe at second. And now coming to bat, our pitcher, Yannick Kiss. Harkins starts him off with the fastball, strike number 1. 0-1 the count, 2 down, runner on first and second. Shot up the middle and through the middle. It's going to send Noah home. Yannick Kiss with an RBI brings the score to 11-4. Safe at second base is Douglas Jochum. Safe at first base is Yannick Kiss with an RBI. Noah Lawrence scores, makes it 11-4. And now coming to bat, our second baseman, Phil Meyer. Harkins starts out Phil with a curveball, outside, ball number 1. Again, a curveball, this one also missing. 2-0 the count to Phil. And the 2-0 pitch. Hit into center field. Under it is Ramirez for the out. And that makes the third out. We do have a new score. It's 11-4 as we go into the top of the 7th inning. Regensburg Legionäre 11, Hünstetten Storm 4. So here we go into the top of the seventh inning. Top of the seventh inning, we do have a score of 11-4, which might seem out of reach, but it's not. Anything can happen in baseball. And here we go with Nino Sarkaza playing second base for the Regensburg Legionäre. Starting things off, Yannick Kiss still on the mound, and his first offering to Nino is on the outside corner for strike number one. Second pitch from Yannick is now coming to Nino, and it is down low for ball number one. Count even at 1 ball and 1 strike. That one gets away. It is 2 balls and 1 strike. Ball inside, that's 3 balls and 1 strike. The ball outside is ball number four, and that's a free pass to Nino Sarkaza. He goes to first base. Now coming to the plate is the top of the order. That is Devin Ramirez, center fielder. With nobody out, Nino Sarkaza at first base. Ramirez is at bat. One and one the count. Ball outside brings the count to 2 balls and 1 strike. 2-1 the count. Nobody out. Nino Sarkaza at first base. Devin Ramirez at bat. That's a ball left up high. 3-1 the count. A ball lifted into center field. Jake Gentry under it, making the play at first base. And a close play at first base. Nino Sarkaza back in time. Fine attempt by Jake Gentry to get the not tagging up Nino Sarkaza at first base. Got one down. And now at bat is Lou Helmig. Lou lifts one deep into right field. Under it is Oliver Jochum. He brings it in for the second out. And the second out, Lou Helmig retired. Now coming to bat is Eli van Garsen, the catcher for the Regensburg Legionäre with 2 down, 11-4 the score. Nino Sarkaza at first base. Kiss with a pickoff attempt at first base. Nino Sarkaza back in time. 2 down, and Eli van Garsen now at bat. Ball a little bit low, 1 ball and no strikes. Ball outside brings the count to 2 balls and no strikes. We've got 2 down and a runner at first base. Calls that one a little bit high, and I think we have a count of 3-1. Is that the count or 3-0? I apologize for not knowing. I believe it was 3-0, and it's now 3-1. 2 down and a runner on first base. And that is ball 4. Brings Eli van Garsen to first base through that walk. Nino Sarkaza gets moved over to second base. And now coming to bat is left fielder Terrell Joyce. Big hack sends that ball down the left field line, foul for strike number 1. Swing and a miss is strike number 2. No balls and 2 strikes. 2 down, runner on first and second. And the 0-2 pitch to Joyce. Good block by Douglas Jochum. Runners do not advance. The count goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes. That ball outside brings the count even to 2 balls and 2 strikes. We've got 2 down and 2 runners on base, 1 at second and 1 at first. Foul ball down the left field line. Count remains at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Terrell Joyce works an 0-2 count now to a 3-2 full count. We'll have to see what happens. We got 2 down. Runners will be moving on this pitch. Full count. Yannikis set to deliver. And that's a ball outside. That's ball 4. He gets a free pass to first base. We've got bases loaded. Now coming to the plate is third baseman Marlon Jimenez. Yannick starts him off with the ball high. 1 ball and no strikes. That ball inside brings the count to 2-0. No place to put him, so we'll see what happens. 2 balls, no strikes, 2 down. Bases loaded. The ball's hit deep in the gap between left and center. Runs are going to score. There's 1 run in. There's 2 runs in. And that is a bases clearing double for Marlon Jimenez. That makes a 14-4 score right now. Marlon at second base with a 3 RBI double. And now coming to bat, number 12, Eric Harms. Oh, 2 the count to Eric Harms. And that 0-2 pitch lifted into center field. Jake Gentry charging that ball. Here comes the throw to the plate. And he's around the tag. And that makes it a 15-4 game right now in the 7th inning. Eric Harms with a double, RBI double. And now coming to bat, Alex Schmidt. Ball 1 to Alex Schmidt. That ball skied high to right field. Oliver Jochum underneath it, and he brings it in for the 3rd out. Wheels not completely coming off the bus on this one, but it's a wiggly ride right now. It's 15-4 as we go into the bottom of the 7th inning, which is probably the last inning of the 7th inning game. And as we go into that, we will have coming to bat Oliver Jochum, Vicente Velasquez, and Jake Gentry coming to bat. So, bottom of the seventh inning. Bottom of the seventh inning. Scott Harkins is coming off the mound right now. He's ended the game with 4 runs given up. His offense well in control with 15, but he gave up 4. They're all earned. And coming in for him is number 19, who ended last game's pitching, or last first game pitching. That is Nick Michelli. So now batting in the bottom of the seventh inning is Oliver Jochum, right fielder Oliver Jochum, number 26. He'll be facing Nick Michelli. Big Hack swung through that one, starts him off with strike number 1. Second offering's fouled straight back. We've got a 0-2 count. That's 0 balls and 2 strikes to Oliver. Balls in the dirt trying to get him to fish. Brings the count to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Nobody out in the bottom of the seventh inning. Drops that curveball in there for strike number 3, and that's out number 1 as we go into to the top of the order, and that will be Vicente Valesquez. Twelve-six curveball dropped in for actually an inside pitch. That's ball number 1. I think that was a changeup, not really sure, but that ball was in the dirt, and that's second ball. 2 balls, no strikes. 1 down. Bottom of the seventh inning. It's 15-4. The Legionäre, the Legionnaires from Regensburg, in lead. Two 0 offering is a fastball in the outside corner. It's 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike. Michelli starts him off with a curveball for strike number 1. Second pitch is popped up. It's going to be short or shallow left field. Terrell Joyce underneath it, and that is the third out, and that is the final out of game number 2. That bleeding is stopped. That W goes into the win category of Regensburg for the second win of the day. So, thank you very much for being a part of this. It's not did not go as we expected, but we'll have to take those 2 L's. It's a long season. It's a 30-game season. Our record now goes to 1-5. We'll have to see how our next competition or next matches go. We'll be seeing the Heidenheim Heideköpfe at home within actually next Saturday, I believe. Hope to see you soon, or actually we can't see you, but hope you see us in a week. We'll have to try to be online again for you. Thank you for being there.